Welcome back. Ooh. Welcome back. And on my computer, there we go. It's time for more Evolution Worlds.
Come on, let's go for it today.
Okay. He's so positive. Oh, I was gonna try and crush it. I'm gonna wreck it. Miss Valeria.
My. May I ask who you might? Sorry, but I'm busy cooking.
Who are you? Well, I forgot to fix the sensitivity on my L&R buttons.
Who are you guys? Are you Papa's friends?
Friends?
My Papa, he works at the society.
Uh-huh. This is the upgrade shop. Uh-huh.
Me? I'm in wholesale. I'm sorry, but you're getting in the...
Yo, why don't you come on?
Alright then.
Well, are you from out of town? Judging from your appearance.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought so. So you know what? My husband runs this. You ought to come in some. Aha.
Let's see. What is Oh, that's where I came out of. Alright, are you a squirrel? Or dog?
Hey, what a cute little dog. It says Julia on its collar.
Hmm. I don't know, where did I start? I'm trying to find the end of the Z.
You must be tired. I believe there are rooms available for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome.
My Museville.
If there is anything else, I have tidied up. If there is anything else
I see.
your rooms are... Oh my, what trouble we had between leaving Panam Town and arriving in Museville.
We are in Museville.
Yeah, with that bandit Carcano.
But young Master Mag, you were magnificent. I, Gray, was simply moved by your bravery in facing Carcano.
He wasn't such hot stuff getting beaten by a useless adventurer like Mag.
Wow.
What's this? Look who's talking. You were scared stiff when Carcano showed up.
Was not. I was just a little startled by him showing up all of a sudden.
Just a little startled, huh?
Aw, forget it. I'm hitting the sack. Well, good night.
Think I'll crash too. Good night, Linear.
Linear's like, I don't sleep. I've been awake for the last 3 years.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Gray.
Good morning.
Dazzling light and fresh air. Morning is certainly the time of supreme bliss.
Wait, I think I know where I know this guy's voice from.
Oh, that's right. Miss Nina came by this morning with a message for you. She said to tell young Master Mag to come by the Society Museum.
Oh my god, I know I can like place this.
The Society Museum, eh? So the time has come. All right, so let's go to the museum.
Okay.
Huh? Jane, aren't you coming?
The message said for Mag to come, right? I'll be polishing my frame so I can leave at a moment's notice. But if you get a job assignment, I won't let you go off without me.
Right, Gray was apparently in everything. Where do I know Gray from, specifically? Definitely not Beethoven's Treasure Tale. So, what's the word? It's really annoying when, like, you recognize a voice, and it's like, you can't place where it's from. Like, this dude was in heckin' everything. $20 years ago. He hasn't really done much. He hasn't really done much the past few years besides the Assassin's Creed stuff. And he's definitely not anything that I can think of. Interesting. Wait, let's see if, what is this, chain gun? Is chain gun also Laharl? Let's see, chain gun was in Arthur, Assassin's Creed, Ilu. Still Alive. We'll be playing that sometime in the near future. Nope. Hey, when did this game come out? 2002. Yep. Either of these people are actors I know. Sounds so familiar though. So yeah, he's town. This looks like probably a regular house. I bet it's across the street from the end. Lottery shop. Yeah, I brought a thing.
If you have 5, please.
5?
So.
I only have 1. Alright, so this was this. So I'm guessing this is probably the society. This is the restaurant. Hey, have you seen what's her face? I forgot her name. Pepper? That's a fruit stand. I came from here. No, I didn't. No, I came from here. I originally came from here. Let's use this map. This looks important. Hello.
Welcome! At
Welcome.
my shop, I upgrade your... I
Thanks.
power up parts. If you think your site... Well, enough.
I would like to... I have
Come on
no
back.
money. We didn't get any money from beating up that one dude, Eugene. Oh my R button. There we go.
The sign says,
What was this? This was the restaurant. This looks like a fruit shop, but there's no door. Are you the society? Oh wait, wait. A society dormitory? The building next to it wasn't. Let's try this. Hello.
Say, have you heard? Some really famous adventurers
Oh,
arrived
man.
on yesterday's train. They're in town. I bet
Oh, my
they must
God.
be oh so handsome. What? You guys are those
Oh.
adventurers? No, that's not even funny. If that's true, I'd rather walk all around town doing handstands.
Alright then. I guess she's stuck doing handstands.
Now stop that. That's just where we put our uniforms.
Oh. Alright, so that's not it. That was a shop, that was a shop. This was somebody's house? There's no door on this house. Trapped in there. This was... Oh my god, my R button. I think it might be my controller, because L seems to be just fine. Is this the society? I'm gonna have to Google this. Here, Google. I can't seem to find the society. And whatever this game is called. Several of these buildings don't have doors. Did I go in here? I feel like I did. It's gotta be one of these exits. Tower of Despair. Sounds like somewhere I don't want to be. Oh, now my L button is being weird. Is this the society? That's the station. Is this it? Packing A. I wasn't in town. Nina.
Yes?
Oh, you're not Nina. You're
Welcome
Lisa.
to the Society Museum. What can I do for you?
I'd like to see the man named Whitehead.
Oh, you must be Mr. Mag Launcher. We've been waiting for you. Go up the stairs and you will find the president in the office and back.
Hello.
Well, hello there. I have
haven't seen you around. Could you guys be the adventurers from Panam Town that President Whitehead called for? I'm Kino. I'm the researcher here. Pleased to meet you. If you want anything appraised, just bring it to me, and just for you, I'll do it for free. In return, I want you to make sure you don't throw away anything you find. Some of those items might be quite valuable, so you never know.
I definitely threw away a bunch of random things earlier.
Oh? Nina, did you say he's the #1 adventurer in Panam Town?
That's right. Mag Launcher, the #1 adventurer in Panam Town. That is he. As I reported yesterday, his skills are such that he easily drove off Carcano's gang when they attacked the train.
You don't say.
His adventuring skills are first-rate, but his debts are also first-rate. He's first-rate in everything.
I'm not quite sure if I'm being praised or belittled.
Anyway, I'm sure he'll perform up to your expectations, Mr. President. But still, I don't quite know what kind of assignments he was called for.
Mag Launcher. I see. He must be one in the line of adventurers in the Launcher family. My name is Professor Whitehead, President of the Society. In plain words, I represent the Society in research of prehistoric civilization. According to Nina's report, Mag, up until now, you have discovered various appraisal items. But Mag, with that misfortune on the train, I never imagined that Carcano would appear.
That Carcano stole those important...
Well, it cannot be helped. He is Carcano after all.
What?
But I shall not be standing idly by. I swear that I will catch him by hook or by crook. Well, let me get to the point.
Yes?
What I will tell you is top secret. The Society is now proceeding with a major project. I cannot tell you the details, but we are searching for some secret items that will garner us a prehistoric legacy.
Secret items?
Yes, the appraisal item stolen by Carcano was one of those items. But how they managed to sniff it out? Anyway, as the #1 adventurer of Panam Town, I am asking you for help. Naturally, we shall compensate you handsomely for your efforts.
Just leave it to me. A search for secret items, huh? Now it seems like an adventure.
Leave it to me.
You sound quite promising. Well then, I shall first assign you to a search in Blaze Ruins.
Blaze Ruins?
Yes, after leaving the Society Museum, go straight down that street and you will come to the entrance of the city. Leave the city and head toward the northwest, and you will see the ruins. You can ask the receptionist Lisa for information about the ruins, so find out what you need. Well then, please use this to help you make your preparations.
Go. Pocket change. Thank you for pennies.
Oh, yes! Meg, do you know about the Tower of Despair? Well, there's a dungeon just west of the town of Museville that is just perfect for training. I have taken the liberty of opening it for you and the others, so try it if you're up to the challenge. You will find the caretaker Federico there all the time, so if you have a question, ask him. Well, enough of my talk about the Tower of Despair. Is there something I can do for you? Well then, let me tell you about it. Let's see. Blaze Ruins. This is thought to be a building renovated by ancient people from some prehistoric ruins. Oh, yes. As a result of past society Society expeditions, the top level is expected to have some kind of shrine. There, the ancient people are thought to have worshipped the bird god they had believed in. There's more. Do you want to listen to it?
Absolutely not.
You had it. You're terrible. And I...
Sorry, Lisa. Pepper here. Really don't bring chain. It's fine. Hello, Gray.
Is
Let's
there
go.
anything... Is that... Well, then please call...
Actually, let me see. This was not helpful at all. Alright,
You
Chain.
want something with me? How am I? I'm always in tip-top shape. You want some?
I'll go grab the coffee I was making. I completely forgot about earlier.
What? An adventure? Looks like it's finally time for me to strut my stuff. With me along, we're...
Yeah, whatever, Chain. What level are you? 13. That's very unfortunate. Actually, can I drop you off?
Is there anything... I am terribly... Unfortunately, young master... Is there any... I am terribly... I may be getting on in years.
I have an idea. First, we buff the heck out of Mag. How do I leave? I was expecting that to take me to the world map. It did not. I need to reset my party. Positioning, I mean. That's good. Is he floating? Nice. I wonder if she'll ever get anything better than what she has.
I'll try my best.
Whack! Yeah! Hi-ya!
Nice. Got another coin. I wonder where I got the first coin. I think it was a drop.
Whack! Yeah! Hi-ya!
There you are.
What? Ponchatron. Yes. I was thinking My Hero Academia. How's it going, Dougie?
Whoa!
Hi-ya!
Devil Sonic. I'm a genius.
I can't believe it!
There you are.
Hi-ya!
That was way too much effort. Oh, interesting. Now there's doors. I really don't like this party. I don't know that there's anything I can do about it.
Whack! Yeah! Hi-ya!
So either we get Carcano or the other girl. Pepper. I don't know who else is in this game.
There you are.
Yow! Hi-ya!
I don't think it marks where I started in earlier areas. This is technically Evolution 2. Technically.
Whack!
So it's possible that
Hi-ya!
they didn't really change anything. This is just a feature of Evolution 2. It wasn't in 1.
Ow!
I also don't remember the actual last time I played this, even though it was
There you
quite
are.
literally yesterday.
I'm so glad.
Forgot she has a voice.
This is only the beginning.
Yeah, I'm getting lots of coins. Door doesn't budge. Interesting, but I can see on the other side of it. think this has made me want to try out the Phantasy Star series. Don't know the correlation. It's really not any.
Whack! Yeah! Ay-ya!
What he's got? 2,000. Let's go ahead and learn it before I forget about it. Serious first aid. I didn't see how much it healed for. I was thinking about life. All enemies. Alright, we'll do that next time.
Ay-ya!
Where do these coins stack? They do not. It's kind of terrible. What? Interesting.
Jump!
I like the walk away without looking back. Imagine going into some ruins and just
Ay-ya!
getting beat up by turtles. There's monsters in these ruins.
I can't
That's a
believe
snapping turtle. Like, I've been attacked by a snapping turtle. It's pretty terrifying at first. Then you realize it's just a snapping turtle. I don't know what this hole in the floor is, so I'm gonna find out while I'm on, like, floor 2. Did it chase you around? No, I picked it up and threw it back in the water. 44.
Ay-ya!
There you are.
I can't believe it! Yow!
It's one of those fights probably was better off just running away from.
Ay-ya!
But I do need the FP.
There you are.
May as well. Well, Mag needs it. Nobody else in my party can, like, do anything. Don't miss.
Ay-ya! Yes!
Yes. This party is good for only one thing. Alright, this sent me down a floor. Oh, so I guess that maybe that's how you get the other side of that door.
Let's run away.
See what happens, you run. Ah. I see. What if you shave your chin only? Isn't that what the Hogan stash is? I can grow a beard like super fast. So I used to hold on. Oh, I need that. So all the time, like one day every week, like I would come into work on like every Monday with a different like beard. I would just shave it like some goofy way.
There you are.
I remember one of the guys I worked with would always ask if I would come in next week with the Hogan stash. Can you do the Hogan stash again? Like, no. Will my team ever get to go again?
There you are.
Double punch. What? Ray doesn't have any defensive equipment on. That's fine, he's got a bazillion HP. Just say eek.
There you are.
Okay. Alright, I get surprised. Okay.
Stay away.
That took forever. That's too funny to me. Don't look back, explosion. Goes down. Well, you can go downstairs? That's wild. Maybe I'm supposed to go downstairs? I really don't want to fight these because they just cast blinding light and that takes forever.
Please, after you.
Like, these things are super non-threatening, they just take forever because their animations are like a million years. great, like 30 years ago. I wonder what his agility's at. It's gotta be in like the single digits. 20. Why is he so slow? I found a bomb in a box. I want to run into bats. Hey, I was trying to learn this. Is there?
Please. Please go home.
Dang.
Please, after you. What?
What? It's fine, he'll never go again this entire encounter. I don't want to fight bats. I think if they hit my party members, I get into an encounter. Like if they run into whoever's in the back, linear or whatever, then I get it. Get an encounter. And this game has reminded me a lot of Grandia. I mean, they're both Dreamcast games. That's kind of partially why. Or Grandia 2? Did I say Grandia 2? I don't remember.
What?
What? Can't remember if I liked Grandia 2. It's been so long since I played that game. What? I don't remember if I ever finished Grandia 3. I remember not liking Grandia 3, but I also... It may have just been bad timing. I barely remember anything about Grandia 3, outside of what the main two characters looked like. Nice.
What? What?
Yow!
I remember making fun of Grandia Extreme a lot, but I also don't remember playing that game either. Grandia 1 and 2... Inherent Super Magic? Yeah, I don't remember it all. I kind of want to play through the Grandia series. In the near future. I don't know what versions I'd play though. I think it came out on PC. I'd have to look into it. God, I don't like to fight bats.
Yeah.
Hi-ya!
There you are.
Thinking after I finish this game, I play through Xena 2. I haven't really thought about what after that.
Hi-ya!
Right.
There you are.
Neither one of the Xena games are very long. And Xena 1's like really, really short and straightforward, so I don't know that I'll play it.
Believe it. Hi-ya!
But I also might be Mystery Dungeoned out by the time I finish this. Xena Saga? I don't know. Not really in the mood for Xena Saga.
Ow!
Like the games sometimes, not all the time.
I can't believe it!
It's been definitely has been a while since I played any of the Saga.
Jump!
I've been one of my pals has been speedrunning Saga 2. Xena Saga 2, sorry. Recently. And I keep going to watch this stream. Then I like
Now I'm warmed up.
I'm definitely not in the mood for the Xena Saga series. Every time I watch it, I'm just like, God, I don't want anything to do with Xena Saga right now. No bats. Dang it, bats.
Hi-ya!
There you are.
I'll take a look at the list though. I'm thinking actually maybe one of the Breathfire games, Breathfire 2. Which one of these did I just attack?
Hi-ya!
There you are.
Hi-ya!
I should play that Pokemon game that was on the GameCube that I'm trying to remember the name of. For all the memes. The one guy at I think it was like an Espeon or something. Like playing this game makes me want to play more Dreamcast and GameCube games. Oh, and I wanted to play through Xenogears, actually, speaking of
There you are.
the saga. God, Xenogears is so long. I have a set of notes for the speed run, but it's like basically a like easy way to get through the game more than anything else. It's not the actual speedrun, but it's like fast Xenogears experience. Finish Xenogears in under 30 hours kind of thing.
There you are.
I can't believe it!
Fast play.
There you are.
Actually, not really sure what those notes are, though. Now I think about it. God dang it.
Jump!
I also want to play through Wild Arms. One of my friends has been playing through Wild Arms. And so that's like a little bit fresher in my head than I would like for a playthrough. This one... She has something I wanted. I was welcome home. And punch the other guy.
There you are.
I can't believe it! Yes!
Ba-da-dum, ba-ba-dum. I wonder how many floors this is gonna be, because this was the first dungeon in Evolution 2. It's possible only maybe like 6 or 7 floors. Could also be like 20 floors. Or it's 6 floors. Or they just happen to have a save and leave thing. Every... It's like you can leave from here. What is this? I can jump. You finished this one. This is Evolution. Well, okay, so Evolution Worlds is a combination of Evolution 1 and Evolution 2 for the Dreamcast. And this is the Evolution 2 part of Evolution Worlds. If that makes sense. Yeah, Evolution... I think on the GameCube... Or not GameCube. On the Dreamcast, it was called Evolution World of Sacred Device. And Evolution 2 was called... something else. I forgot. Evolution 2, Sacred something. And the Evolution Worlds is just the 2 games combined.
Excuse me?
Although, funnily enough, the Evolution 1 part of Evolution Worlds is like, you go to 2 dungeons and then it's over. I think it took me like 2.5 hours to get through the Evolution 1 part of Evolution Worlds.
Wham! Bam! Ah!
Now, on the Dreamcast, it's like probably 25 or so hours. It's really funny because, like, so in the original game, like, had the choice of doing a whole bunch of different dungeons, and as you went through each dungeon, it played more and more of the story, whatever. But in this, it's like literally they just have 2 random dungeons that aren't even close to looking like the original game, and then you just are in Evolution 2. It feels so weird. It feels so rushed, I guess.
Wham! Bam! Ah!
That's alright though. Not a whole lot happens in Evolution 1.
What?
Like all the story, like you finish the first dungeon and just like all the story unfolds. It's like 20 or 30 minutes of just like going through text boxes. And then you get to the next dungeon, and like immediately after the next dungeon, Linear gets captured. And it plays out the final dungeon.
Excuse me? Perfect.
What's also funny to me is for Evolution Worlds, they used the character models from them in Evolution 1. So like in Evolution 2, for example, like Linear is wearing a different outfit than in this game. So like they left all the Evolution 1 like models in, despite changing the dungeons to Evolution 2 and just like random other things. My cat is here. Hi, Claire. No, Evolution Worlds was only on the GameCube.
I'll try my best.
Now I'm warmed up.
It's definitely weird how they'll balance games and stuff like that when it's a combination of things.
All right, we beat him.
Meg?
What's wrong, Linear?
It's not dead yet. Like a phoenix.
Watch out!
Yo, it's Pepper. I knew she was in this game somewhere.
Don't let your guard down, Meg.
Pepper? Thanks, Pepper. You really saved us.
Okay, you owe me one. Just kidding. They got me searching the Blaze ruins for treasure, too. Too bad you got the jump on me, Meg. I know. Even alone, it's still work. How about working together again? You know, adventuring with you, Meg, was so much fun. I'll never forget it. You can
Oh, thanks.
always
We went
find
to
me
2
at the
dungeons.
Restaurant across from the hotel. So come look me up sometime. Bye now.
What did we find?
Maybe we should take this back.
Just pick it up and take it with us. Yeah, it was Pandora's box.
What's that?
The whole city is purged. What have you done?
What the? Was that? Oh well. Gotta go back and check in.
Lapras. Just kidding.
Mag, that was marvelous. Conquering the ruins like that.
Yeah, it was 6 floors, or 5 floors? It's 5 floors, my dude.
No big deal. Let me give you this. I found it deep in the ruins.
This is incredible.
So, do you think a little better of me now?
What do you mean by that? I never doubted your ability, Mag, from the beginning. Not at all.
Oh, really?
Really. Mag, you did as I expected.
Evolution 2. It had a lot of... I don't know if I would call them quality of life. It had a lot, like... Both games were good in their own way, I guess. Evolution 2 had more... to it, which made it, like... I like, I guess for me personally, I like simplicity with a lot of things. So, like, I like the simplicity of Evolution 1, but Evolution 2 had a lot of, just better designed stuff, and was, a much better story. So, I don't know. Like, they're both pretty good games.
We have to give you your reward for searching the ruins.
I don't know, I really like one more than the other.
Now go down to the receptionist and pick it up. I will call ahead. Thank you so much for your work today. You can relax now.
Also, the sound balance in this game is terrible. So, there's either like really loud sound effects playing over the voiceovers or the ocarina.
Oh, Meg! Congratulations on completing the assignment.
3,000.
So it seems that the preliminary test is complete. Young Master Mag, let us continue saving up money like this. Well then, I shall return to the hotel ahead of you.
Thank you for your hard work. Good luck on your next adventure.
Thank you, Lisa. Hello, Nina.
Oh, it's... So, you conquered the Blaze ruins, eh? I heard it from Lisa. Looks like you're doing pretty good. I'm so glad for you. Since we're both from Panam Town, you have to redouble your efforts so you don't disgrace me. Understood?
Phew, Nina, you're way too strict, as always.
Yeah, I would definitely not be surprised. The price of everything right now is completely ridiculous. In terms of video games, especially. I definitely am one to prefer having like the physical copies of things. But like, since none of the developers actually get my money anyways, like, I'm all for emulation at this point. I'm not gonna pay some random schmuck that's like, yeah, this game's now worth $600. You're like, what? No, it's not. I don't know how much these games are worth, but it's definitely something that's been going on pretty recently. Oh, I need to go turn in these coins, don't I?
If there is anything else...
I'll pass.
I was actually talking earlier kind of about, actually that might have been yesterday. Well, in any case, I was talking the other day about buying a lot of the remakes of stuff like Grandia and whatnot. Just to support the idea of the developers still making stuff. Where is the Cyframe place? I gotta remember if I actually liked Grandia 2 or not. Because it's been forever since I played it. But I think it was over here. But I should probably buy the game anyways, just to add to their sales. I like, was it Game Arts did that? I like Game Arts. Big fan of their games. Yellow.
Yellow Thunder. Good luck in the... Once you buy a ticket, the drawing to find out if you... It's really quite simple. Just save, then come back to this store.
Oh.
So...
That's the weirdest thing.
Something...
Can I only buy one ticket at a time?
Sorry, but once the
Okay.
and don't... So...
Save the game. Load the game. I don't remember what the soft reset is for this. Is it this? 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 Dang. I feel when I can't soft reset the game. Just gonna throw all my coins in the bank.
Welcome!
How many space do I have? 180. Oh, I was gonna go. I was looking for the place to upgrade. There's a lady standing outside of it. Or maybe this is it. This is not it.
Hey, sister. We got weapons and armor.
Thanks.
Hey, sis.
equipment, that's item. Where the heck was the... God. Should write this down.
Welcome.
Orange building. What does slots mean?
Come on back.
Oh, wait. So I can change those, actually.
that it?
Oh.
Come on back.
Welcome.
Let's go.
Your rooms are...
There's a lot of games that came out around this era. Oh god, it's the Ocarina again. Linear. Why are you so loud? It's midnight. Why are you so loud?
What a nice melody.
Shut up, Gray.
That's silly, Linear. She always plays that.
That ocarina is very special to Miss
Wait, she's
Linear.
done. I was gonna say something now, I can't remember. Oh, there's a lot of good games came out around this time that I have not played since they came out. Like this one.
The Ocarina?
I kind of want to go back through a bunch of like really random ones.
Yes. Miss Linear came to live with us 3 years ago, you know.
Suganai.
Carrying a letter from the father
Or
of young Master Mag, Miss Linear arrived on a snowy night.
Berserk.
Addressed to young Master Mag, the letter asked him to protect Miss Linear. But we had no idea of what sorts of terror Miss Linear had been through up to that point. For every day she would cower in the corner, even at the slightest of sounds.
Aw, poor Linear.
Pitying poor Miss Linear, young Master Mag gave her his prized ocarina and even taught her how to play it. And amazingly, poor Miss Linear, who could only cower, slowly but surely, was able to smile again.
Aw.
Meg has always been a busybody.
Huh? What are you two doing here?
Young Master Mag. Oh no, I seem to have talked too much. Very well then. Good night, Miss Chain.
Good night.
So what were you talking about?
Nothing at all.
Aw, you can tell me. Think I'll turn into...
Turn into what? Oh no.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's just... I wanted to meet you.
Oh no.
Huh?
I see. It's you.
Linear, watch out.
I'm Mirka. Same name as
flowers you love so well.
Yorka?
It's all right if you don't remember me. So you won't forget me again. I just want to leave my mark on you, the way you left your mark on me.
It's gonna stab her right in the gut.
Well, I must be going. I'll come to see you again, without fail. All right?
Is this how Forrest Gump started? Pretty sure it's downhill. Nope.
Yes? What can I do? Well, have you the dungeon there?
I don't need you there.
Oh, it's you, Mag. Good to see you. So, you conquered the Blaze Room? Looks like
Yes.
you're doing pretty.
We already had this conversation.
Since you have to reap under.
Phew.
Well, I'm here for plot advancement.
Well, Meg, thanks for coming. Actually, I have an assignment for you and your party. Next, I want you to search for treasure from a prehistoric civilization said to be in the forest depths. What do you say? Will you do it?
The forest depths, huh? Sounds interesting. Leave it to me.
Leave it to me.
Excellent. So you'll do it. I'm glad to hear it. Well then, you should get started on your preparations. If you need any more information, just ask Lisa.
We go get Pepper from here. The cat is here. Hello, Claire.
What do you know? But isn't Mag in the gang? Gosh, can I do something for you?
Gosh.
My, oh my. Asking me out on an adventure? I'm charmed. Just leave the adventuring up to this old girl. I won't let you down.
Bye, Claire. Is this it? I don't think this is that. I think this is the tower. I'm lost. Yeah, actually, let me save first. How come part of this ruin has already been discovered? Oh, that is a rock. That's weird. Herbs. Reminds me of Star Ocean 3. Spinner parts. Can I? Hold on. Yo-yo. Ah. Not exactly paying very good attention. Yes, clear. Kaz making herself very comfortable on the top part of my chair. What are you? Oh, I forgot to change her position. Hard hat. Oops. Really wanted the run that was in this row. Dead. Actually, think about Grandia. It makes me want to play Lunar. Ooh, that's all back.
Take that! Jump!
Yes.
Ow! Ha! Yeah. Ha! Take care.
Door's locked. Oh. That was very unexpected. I just like randomly hit the button. Oh.
Yeah, I'm powered up.
See.
Jump!
I'm gonna need an all attack and pepper. I think one of her laser abilities. Maybe. I don't really like the hammer stuff. I don't really feel like experimenting with some of his other stuff. Ooh, is this random?
Take that! Hi-ya!
Heck.
Yeah.
I can't believe it!
Oh! Take that! Hi-ya! Yeah.
Heck. Is it the one behind me? Has it been?
Hi-ya! Yeah. Oh! Take that!
Nice. Oh boy. Match lock. Can you equip guns? Dang. Gray. The heck, linear. Nice.
Hi-ya!
Heck. I wonder how long this dungeon's gonna be. Because, like, the first dungeon I did was 6 floors, and the second dungeon I did was, like, 10 floors, maybe? And the last one was 5 floors? Wonder how they're pacing this. Also, I wonder... Interesting. I think my controller might be done. Good. If it wasn't so like horribly inconsistent with wasn't so horribly inconsistent with working.
Hey, that hurts!
Hmm.
I'm so glad.
How much is it for her to AoE heal? It's 15. Wait, 35, 15, 30. It's 10 less. Okay.
Take that! Yeah. Hi-ya! Take that!
Herbs. Like having the option of fighting versus not fighting enemies in RPGs. But in this, it's like kind of a gray area. There's a perception that I have the option sometimes. But since my party like drags, that.
Take that! Yeah. Hi-ya!
I can't believe it!
Take that!
Sparkling circle. Oh, she has that. What do you have? Battle poncho. Scratch resistance non-stick frying pan. Oh, that's pretty legit. Heck.
Yow! Ow! Ha!
Oh, she heal. At some point.
Take that!
I like mystery dungeon stuff, but I hate how long these encounters take. They're so long sometimes. If I had more like AoE options and the encounters a little bit faster, this would be perfect.
Take that!
Yeah, I'm powered up.
Take care.
Also, since I don't know how long this dungeon is, I'm very hesitant to waste FP at this point. I forgot where I go to appraise. Oh, the guy on the left. I remember now. Never mind. See, I forgot where I go to appraise items. This guy next to Lisa. A level 20? Finally caught up to the level of enemies. Our enemy levels are finally caught up. Ouch.
Take that!
Counters might be worth something. 300? Eh. Meh. I don't know what you are. Hmm. For some reason these guys remind me of FF9.
Take that!
Can't remember the name of the dungeon. There's like 3 balls stacked on top of each other.
I'm so glad.
Maybe think of that. Oh heck. Oh, double heck. Man, that thing was fast.
Take that!
Ouch.
Take that!
That was a lot of damage. Huh. I appear to be trapped in this room.
Take that!
I also appear to still be poisoned.
I can't believe it!
Take that!
At least they give decent EXP.
Take that!
Definitely a pain though. No, Linear, watch out.
Everyone, good luck.
Yeah, I'm powered up.
I really hope that it opens the door. Ah, okay. It's a green chocobo.
Hi-ya! Take that! Yow! I can't believe it! Hi-ya! Ha!
You got this, Linear? Yeah. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, that's right. Suddenly Mag is faster than everyone. It's very confusing. Turn orders all wacky.
Ow! Hi-ya!
Thought I could get away.
Hi-ya!
What? You didn't one shot that guy?
I can't believe it! Hi-ya! Take that!
I'll try my best.
Thank you, Linear. Ancient Eye. Fantasy Star. Ah, dang. You're thinking of a very different game. Did that say Ordinary Thongs? Sai shows up, first thing I pick up. Ordinary Thongs. They go on my feet. Sure. Yeah, sandals. How's it going, Sai?
Hi-ya!
Playing through some Evolution.
Take that!
Speaking of Fantasy Star, actually PSO2 is getting a huge update soon. I'm debating if I should reinstall it or not.
Hi-ya!
Talking about investments. I will not join your pyramid scheme. I'm not gonna sell. Oh god. Not gonna sell a bunch of knives. New Genesis is pretty fun, but it definitely lacks content right now.
Hi-ya!
But they're supposed to have a new patch coming up that I don't know what it's actually adding, but they've been making a big deal about it. I don't know if it's gonna have the level cap increase either, which is one thing everybody's been waiting for. Current content in the game is not bad, it's just really stale. And very... Okay, why are these called sandals? What was I saying? Oh, yeah. New Genesis is fine, it's lacking a lot. It's definitely not really worth it unless you're looking for something to just mess around with, I think. I like New Genesis, but I uninstalled it because I haven't really been playing the game. My biggest gripe right now is just the fact that there's no reason to do any of the current end game stuff, because the level cap is 20. Everything just feels like a waste. Like the percentage of damage that you get as an increase from items is so small, because your numbers are so small. Like, oh heck yeah, just crit that something for 200 damage. But yeah, well I crit for 210. It's like, okay. Nice. FF14. They got that new expansion coming out at the end of this month. I mean, you can join my free company. Everybody in there is willing to do stuff all the time. There's not really, I mean, there's so much content. I don't know where you stopped with the game when you say you get back into. But like, two months and then bail. Perfect. It's just enough time to trick you into doing Palace of the Dead with me. King Kiriko got poisoned. Wow, that was a long time ago. I forgot that character exists. I need this seasoned frying pan. Yeah, if it says anything, Amy's done a ton of content with us, and she's been in and out, like, randomly. It's okay, Sayo. It gets better. Don't worry, you'll find a new waifu. And sooner or later, there will be the Ultra Data Center. It won't matter what center you're on.
Hey, that hurts!
Zenith? Never heard of it. Oh, we're in reverse order here. Yeah, whatever. I'm looking it up.
Take that!
I know I'll be with Final Fantasy 14 for a while, just because I played a whole bunch of other I played a whole bunch of MMOs over the past couple months, and I basically just kept coming to the same conclusion, which was that if I'm gonna play an MMO, I may as well just like play one and stick with it. And I've invested so much time into 14 that I may as well just stick with that. There's also so many mediocre MMOs out now. Ragnarok Online, you need to meet my friend, Nerm. Where's Nerm? Anime VER MMORPG for Oculus Quest. Zenith. Oops, that is not the button I want to click on.
Take care.
Alright, I got this pulled up. I'll look at it later. I'm carrying too much. Yeah, I don't know. There's not really, like... Final Fantasy 11 is probably been that for me. Or I'll just play it every now and then. But I don't know. Like I said, the last, like, 2 or 3 MMOs I played, I basically said the same thing. Where it was like... Yeah, this is fun, but I really don't want to invest time in it. I'd much rather invest time in something I've already invested time in. So I'm in it for the long haul with 14, I think, at least for now. Which is another reason why I haven't reinstalled PSO or paid too much attention to New Genesis. Like I said, New Genesis was fun, it just lacks any real substance. You can get through, like, the story in, like, a day. And get a character to max level with like 95% maxed out gear, essentially, within like a week. Basically, it's got like a week's worth of stuff to it, and then you're just done. You can change classes and do the same thing with different class in half the time. But like, what's the point in having multiple classes in the game when there's no content?
I'll try my best.
And the skills in the game are so the same right now because it's all low-level stuff. Like I said, if the level cap was like, I don't know, 50 or something, then everything would be different. It'd be worth it to level up other classes. If it had like actual dungeons and content and stuff, it would be fun. It just doesn't have anything at the moment.
Take that. Yeah.
What's the last MMO I played that wasn't 14? Oh, I didn't play this, but I watched a lot of people play Elion, which is basically Terra 2. But Elion looks pretty interesting. Definitely not playing that game, though. Back. My EXP gain is going down. As much as I keep running past the totem poles, they're actually worth, I think, the most experience of anything here, it seems like.
Hi-ya! Take that! Hey, that hurts! Hi-ya! Take that!
These move so much like chocobos. Weird. Happy ending. Do I beat the game? Or just click on happy ending. Over. Makes you happy just by looking at it. Oh. A lot of luck. I wonder if luck is crit. And this. I have to run to the restroom really bad. Keep thinking this dungeon is gonna be over. It's not. It's never ending.
Yes!
Nice. Alright, I'm just gonna mash. Oh wait, no, we're behind.
Hey, that hurts! Ah, I can't believe it! Retreat!
You're not linear. I'll be right back. I have to use the facility. I have returned. Is this just a big heckin' circle? I don't think the floors in this are truly random. Like they're like Diablo 3 style random. Hmm. Final Fantasy 14 just posted something weird. Wait, how old is this post? Oh, they posted it 18 hours ago. Never mind. Still really weird. Red Viper. I think that's an item. Ooh. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Is this the exit? Oh. What have we here? Ooh.
Meg, there you go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linear.
Ow. Ah, a lot of ow. Ooh, whoa. Alright.
Wham! Bam! Ha!
Wow. This guy's hitting for a lot. Like, I didn't think I was that behind on levels.
There!
Or equipment or anything.
Everyone, good luck.
Ow! Wham! Bam! Ha!
I haven't even really checked the equipment shop. Most of the regular enemies were only hitting me for like 10, so I was like, yeah, whatever. Taking damage, yeah, that's fine. Now it's like, everything's catching up.
I can't believe it!
500. Maybe that's a percentage thing.
How about this? This one?
Wham! Bam! Ah!
Blind.
There!
Like that.
Yow! Wham! Bam! Ah!
Easy. Except I almost died. I have to actually look at equipment and stuff.
Yes!
I'll try my best.
Take care.
Hey, this is it! What?
The heck? That was linear.
That again. Those images. What could they be?
Hello.
Mag, what might this be?
Found it in a box.
It was in the ruins. It sort of looked like an appraisal item from one of the other ruins.
Yes, I see. But I'm quite surprised that you were able to get into the depths of the ruins. I never even imagined that I could lay eyes on that item so quickly.
What do you mean by that, Professor Whitehead?
Oh, nothing at all. This is a secret item after all. Oh, that's right. We have to give you your reward for searching the ruins. Now go down to the receptionist and pick it up. Thank you so much for your work today. You can relax now.
Ahem. Run to the shops first. Or not.
Oh, Meg! Congratulations on completing the assignment.
Thank you.
Whew. I wanted a little adventure like this. Meg, it is fun adventuring with you after all. I think I'm getting hooked.
2000.
Thank you for your hard work. Good luck on your next adventure.
Do I have that in
there.
space? I think it is. I like to praise everything. What? Wait, what does it have? Appraisal items assembled. Oh, just gonna sell everything.
If I can help.
Oh, it's you. So, you, as I expected, but don't let down your guard.
Yeah, whatever, Nina.
It's annoying, but I got to admit it. Aw, rats.
Oh, rats. Whatever, Nina.
Halloween keys. Where are they?
What?
Tell me, I'm not interested in who you are. I don't care one bit. I want to solve the prehistoric mysteries by myself.
What? By yourself.
Forget it. When I get all of the keys, I shall get the prehistoric power myself. But why that young man?
He is not the one I need. Very soon the seal will be broken.
It's got a new Woo face. Don't think I didn't notice, game. Well, I'm here to deposit. Where did I get this?
If there is anything else...
I'll pass.
Welcome! Your rooms are...
Oh god, my eardrums. Hello, and it's time to wake up. I'm gonna be late for school. Why is this ocarina so loud?
So, we meet again.
You don't know who you are, but you're creepy.
Yurka.
I'm glad you remembered me. What are you doing? So, the life of the flowers has begun to run out. Take a look.
Dead flower. Why would you do that?
Come, Linear. Will you lend me your power?
You just killed a flower. Why would she want anything to do with you?
This is my power. One life ends, but many new lives begin. We are two sides of the same coin. And no matter how much we may wish it, we cannot live with people. That is the fate of us with this power.
I mean, it's huge. You guys might want to watch out. That might be crashing into the planet.
Do not forget this. We shall meet again, Linear.
What? I thought somebody was here. Linear, you'll catch cold if you stay out here.
Downhill. Downhill. Yes. Yes. That's uphill. Heck. Well, I'm here for plot.
Well, Meg, thanks for coming. Actually, I have an assignment for
Oh, nice.
you and your party. The next assignment is going to be in a bit of a colder place. I want you to get some prehistoric treasure from the crypt maze.
Ooh, that sounds dangerous.
By the way, Mag, isn't it a bother to keep shifting items around on an adventure?
Yes.
To help you out with this, I'm giving you this
Yeah.
adventure backpack. This handy backpack will let you carry a few more items when leaving on an adventure. I hope you make good use of it.
Wow, an adventure backpack. This should come in handy. Thank you, Professor Whitehead.
That's 45 items. 35 items. I could hold 30 items before. Here you go, 5 extra item slots. Wow, thank you. Whatever, Meg, you should be grateful. Yeah, you're right. Whatever.
What do you know? Gosh. My home. Just leave it.
Alright, where was the item shop?
Hey, brother.
Lucky frying pan? Brand new frying pan? Squishy sandals.
Hey, bro.
I forgot what I bought.
Hey, brother. Hey, bro.
What are these buildings? This one. No. Heck. Where's the iframe place? There's a lady standing outside.
Welcome. Come on back.
I don't think she had anything I could equip. Well, I bought the best equipment I could get. This is the wrong way. It's maze time. Love mazes. Not really. This isn't a maze. Or maybe this. But you're not right. Okay. What? How did they get me from behind?
I can't believe it hurts!
Ouch.
Hi-ya! Take that! Hi-ya!
Ow.
Take that!
I forgot to move Pepper. I don't know that Pepper's position matters. Taking this place down. Oh god. I probably should level up since that last boss was kind of owning me. Level 20 though. Hey, Sea Walker. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Playing Evolution for the Nintendo GameCube.
Take that! I can't believe it! Hi-ya!
Trying to figure out. I I unlocked the follower emotes. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do with those. I have some in place for now. I don't. They're mostly finger face Z emotes. I don't know if I'll use them now.
Hi-ya! Take that! Yow! Hi-ya! Ha!
I'm so glad.
These things aren't giving me a lot of EXP. Probably avoid them until I get to the higher level guys. Heck.
Hi-ya! Ha! Eek! Hi-ya!
I should really go back actually to the last area I was in.
Ha! Just stick with me.
I don't know. That last boss made me feel like I'm behind level wise. Oh god.
Hi-ya! Take that! I can't believe it! Hi-ya! Take that!
You know how I feel about the song? The songs that were in the Evolution 1 area were really good. Yeah. Not bad here, I just... Oh god. Not as good.
Hi-ya! Ha!
I'll go with these guys. Acro activation. Level 22.
Take that!
What? Ah.
Hi-ya!
Whee! what? How are those worse? This looks terrible. Layout. This music isn't too bad. Oh, what the heck? Where did you come from?
Stay away.
I don't get to hear the music long enough to make a good decision about it. Counterattacks after normal attacks. What about after abnormal attacks?
There!
All the
There!
that's what I'm looking for. Like enemy layouts are bad for this area. For
Your aim is way off!
being able to like use skills efficiently at least. Ooh.
Wham! Bam!
Take that!
Just shot him with a laser beam.
Hi-ya!
Yes!
I wonder if there's somebody's routed this for a speed run.
Ah!
God. I fully routed it. Inker Blues and I looked at this game a few years ago. What the F? Inker Blues and I looked at this game a few years ago and both gave up on it out of boredom.
Hey, that hurts!
I don't know if boredom's really the right word. Disinterest?
Retreat! Wham! Bam!
Yeah,
What?
there!
Yow!
Hey, that hurts! Yeah.
Wham! Bam!
Take that!
Power button. Struggling through this.
Whack! Yeah!
Oh, I thought they were lined up.
Yeah. Ha! Eek. Yeah. Ha!
Hi-ya!
Yeah.
Easy every time. So I need to start actually fighting stuff. Like everything. These are gonna be like 26 or 7 probably. Ooh. Level 19. That's a downgrade.
Hi-ya!
Everyone, good luck.
Dang.
Yow!
Eek.
Should have just ran from this encounter actually.
Hi-ya! Eek.
Maybe less than 100, I bet. EXP from this encounter. At least like low 100s.
Stay away. Yeah.
Hi-ya! Take that!
200. That's not terrible. Well, 300-ish. Oh god. Okay.
Hi-ya!
I'm at that point where I should run away from a lot of encounters. This is a very waste of time. But at the same time, I'm getting FP back from these easy encounters.
Hi-ya!
Nothing else. Kind of a short slide.
Hi-ya! I can't believe it!
Me neither, Meg.
Hi-ya!
I assume this place is gonna be a lot more floors than the last place. The enemies here, so low level. Heck.
Hi-ya! Take that! Yow! Ow! Hi-ya!
What the heck? Where's my... The exit wasn't in here, unless that's what that blue thing is. Oh wait, I didn't go this way. It's because I couldn't go this way. Is this not... I assume this is taking me up a little? Oh, it's teleporter. Oh.
Hi-ya! Take that! I can't believe it! Hi-ya! Take that!
I'll try my best.
You try your best. That's all I can ask for. Okay.
Whack! Yeah! Ay-ya!
Every time he does that move, I just think of My Hero Academia.
Take that!
Deku does the, like,
Ow!
the flick thing.
Yow! Ay-ya!
Hey, that hurts! Ha!
Just stick with me.
Yo, hello and thank you. Secret shoes. Short stature. Uh-huh. That's a lot of defense. Dang. I've been thinking about what I'm gonna play after this. Right now I'm actually leaning, whoa. Right now I'm leaning towards Legend of Dragoon or Legend of Legaia, I think. Oh yeah. Saw everybody talking about the game yesterday. What the heck? Just noticed I have a splinter in my hand.
Ay-ya!
Yeah, SMT 5 is next week. Sometime relatively soon.
Hey, that hurts!
Ay-ya!
Yeah, and if nothing else, I know you haven't finished FF14 yet. Gotta get down with that. Yeah, I have to, but... It's good filler. It's mostly cutscenes, and I think one dungeon. From where you are. A whole lot of cutscenes, though. Oops. When I did it on Black Rabbit, it was really funny, because, like, Team Smalls was like, alright, see you in, like, 6 hours. I was like, no, I'm skipping all the cutscenes. Like, 20 minutes later, I was done. Oh, everyone's dead. And that's how... Oh, there we go. It's like, that's how my adventure ended.
Ow!
Wake up, Mag.
Wake up.
Take that!
Wonder how long I've had this splinter. Doesn't look too good.
Jump!
Alright, so better be like 1000 EXP. That's a lot of TP. 400. Wait, I need to find everything. Forgot. Behind on levels. So they're adding one of the greatest mounts, the most terrifying mounts I've ever seen. Final Fantasy 11. I'm really tempted to sign. I'm not signed up right now, but I'm really tempted to sign up this month just for that mount.
Jump!
It's one of the spookier enemies in the game. It's this big Colossus thing. What? I missed the one guy I actually wanted to hit. The only guy I actually cared to hit. This guy. I missed. Heck.
Take that!
Every time he screams, it's funny to me. I don't know why.
Believe it!
So many enemies this encounter. At least it's not as bad as Hokage. Hokage, you get into an encounter like 9 enemies. You're like, oh my god, why are there 9 of you? They give you like 6 experience points. This song reminds me of something. I can't place what it is. Legend of Mana, maybe? Oh no.
Ow! Hi-ya!
Go ahead, Linear. Ow, why would you do that? I have a flying fork, see? Didn't realize you were asleep until you woke up. Have I got some news for you? Wait, hold on.
I'm waking up! I'm waking up! I'm waking up! I'm waking up!
I got a beret. Linear. Oof. Prevents paralysis, though. Take it. Interesting. I found a hidden room. Ah! I had to delete it, Dougie. I don't know how much you remembered about that game. There's a boss fight in that is probably... It's not... it's probably against some terms of service out there, so I just figured I'd be safe. Like, I've definitely streamed worse, but, I figured I'd rather be safe than sorry. But there's definitely a boss in that game that, is very naked and attacks you in a very erotic manner.
Hey, that hurts!
It was very difficult for me to censor it properly. In fact, in my process of censoring it, I made it worse. I found a frog. Well, she not only showed up once, but she showed up several times. And eventually I had to just say, you know, it's not worth the trouble.
Take that! I'll try my best.
It's very awkward. I'm not sure I was really enjoying the game. Well, I liked certain aspects of the game. I like the gameplay part of the game, but the story is a little out there. As I'm sure you're very aware. It was fun though. Up until Naked Boss Fight, I was like, hey, I would probably speedrun this game. Got some interesting mechanics and stuff going on. And the movement's not completely terrible. Ah. For some reason, I don't know if it's the graphics or what. For some reason, the enemies in this game constantly remind me of the game Michigan. As the same when I was playing D2. Everything about that game reminded me of Michigan as well. The video game, not the state. I don't know anything about the state of Michigan. I know a lot about the game Michigan, though.
Just stick with me.
I should figure out what this music reminds me of. I like the bells or whatever they are that are playing in the background. This will be the first time I ever had to go back upstairs. No, thank you. See how long this takes. My agility. Alright, can I one-shot this guy? Here we go.
Wham! Bam! Ha!
couldn't one-shot him.
Ow!
Have you ever... No.
Take
They're on there. Really don't like these shadow enemies, but they're the highest level things here.
Take that!
Yeah, kind of, basically, more or less. Right now we're searching for secret stuff and ruins for, this one guy. And off screen, we know that they're being used to undo some kind of seal.
Believe it!
And there's some guy who keeps showing up next to Linear and it's like, hey, we are the Alpha and the Omega. And she's just like, what? I think this other guy might be related to some ancient civilization thing, just like Linear. Probably come from the same place. She doesn't remember him because she doesn't remember anything.
Take that!
Mag launcher. He is the Ligma male of this game. God.
Take that!
I just remember that Ghost Hunter exists for the PS2.
Hey, that hurts!
I wonder who designed the enemies in this game. I don't know who designed the enemies in D2. Dougie, some of the enemies in D2 are hilarious. Like, one of them is like, God, I don't even know how to explain it. It's got what looks like somebody's, like, a photo of somebody's face. Just, like, pasted on there. I don't know how to describe it. It literally looks like somebody on the dev team is like, hey, put my face on this enemy. And then they just took a regular photo of him, like, sitting in the office. God. No, I'm blind. Heck. No. I don't want to fight this encounter because I'm blind. Ugh.
Come on, let's scram.
I like the hunting aspect of D2. It's both terrible and amazing at the same time. Just trying to aim the hunting rifle is like practically impossible. But you have infinite ammo.
Yes!
Hunting rabbits was definitely a thing I did a whole lot of. From what I could tell, from the guide that I was using, I was roughly like 3/4, maybe-ish,
I can't believe it!
through the game. I don't know that I want to keep going though. Yeah, it's a shame I had to fight so many naked people in that game. If they weren't so detailed, I probably wouldn't have cared as much. They were very detailed in ways that were very awkward. Like, if it was just boobs, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. Oops. Yeah, this was really awkward because it was very detailed. And the boss that I had to fight was its weak point as well as its like attacking point. It was going all over the place too. It's a very awkward boss fight. This was probably, I mean, I censored the stream, but it was like, there's like 2 minutes of me not censoring the stream, and then like another 3 or 4 minutes of me censoring the stream. So it's like 5 minutes of awkwardness, no matter how you look at it. And then I kept running into that enemy in the story, just in other parts. But they were always dead, laying on the floor naked.
Stay away. Take that.
The story of that game has been super wild, though. Not a story I particularly care for, because it's so out there. It's a little too extreme at times to me. But it's definitely made me laugh. Like, there's so many horror games around the time that game came out that have just really goofy, stupid stories to them. And it's all like some pharmaceutical company that's the problem. Like, every time. Everybody in that game's like popping pills constantly. Well, this game, the drug is called Linda, so it's just funny because I used to know somebody named Linda. So like every time I just hear them being like, he's like, I need more Linda, or like Linda this and Linda that. Then the computer was named Linda. It just got out of control. It's D2. Dreadout 2 is actually spelled D2 out, or ed out. D2 ed out. Also, I like how, the main character, Laura, is supposed to be a virtual actress, but she has no lines. She's a silent protagonist. She has said exactly nothing the entire game.
Just stick with me.
I don't think she had any lines in... Yeah, she didn't have any lines in D1 either. Like, I don't know what they were going with. Yeah. What is this virtual actress thing, but she has no lines? They're just trying to get away with, like, not having to pay people or something? I don't know.
Take that!
Just put silent protagonist in all of our games. He was something, all right. I'm sad he wasn't involved in more things. Oh, nice. He definitely died too young. Think of all the other things he could have done. He never was given the opportunity. Wonder what else he made. Looked him up on Wikipedia. Him and Kojima. Him and Swery65. Snake, the silent protagonist, virtual actor. Or what did he make?
I can't believe it hurts!
Dang, he's only 42. Oh, he worked on a lot of stuff. Like Sega Rally. Let's see. What's Flupon Space Biology? Do I want to know what Flupon Space Biology is? Like, he not only made that game, but it looks like he made another one. Tripped. This sounds familiar. Oh, it's definitely not familiar. It's like Candy Crush or something. Oops, that is not what I wanted to punch. Oh, I'm set to this. Real sound. Wind of regret. Fear and love. Do I need to download Real Sound, Cause No Regret? The blind people game. Team left. Team left. Source of luck. Let's see. I have a lot of those. Blue moss. Ooh. God, who did the music for this? It's 410? Yeah. This is either the exit, or we still got a ways to go. Looks like we still got a ways to go.
Take that!
What does this guy make? You, me, and the cubes. Did a game called Time Zone. I feel like I know of that game from the speedrunning scene. What was that for, the Famicom? Oh, this is Concept. Let's see here, hold on. Time Zone Famicom. Anyways.
Take that!
I'm gonna play every one of any game that Kenji Eno had anything to do with. Oh, this looks like a big maze.
Yeah.
100 damage.
Wham! Bam!
Hey, that hurts!
Yow!
Ow! Take that! Yeah.
Hi-ya! Yeah! I'm powered up!
You're carrying too much. I feel I'm carrying too much. Back.
Take that! Yeah.
Hi-ya!
Linear has joined the 3-digit club.
Yeah.
Hi-ya!
Where in the heck is the exit? That is upstairs. Is that right? No, that's not where I started. That's interesting.
I can't believe it!
But they can't escape. But they can't escape.
Retreat!
Nice. What the heck?
Take that!
to use the restroom really bad. It's actually distracting and messing me up. I'll be right back after this encounter. Maybe the next encounter. Alright, be right back. Song has definitely grown on me. Grown a lot on me. Let's go look up something real close. Here's how long this game is. Let's see. Walk through that and help. I need a power. What am I looking for? Yeah. Table of contents. I have 1, 2. Maybe 3 dungeons left? Not really sure.
Take that!
Pine Village. I think we did that one. But no, that's the next one. We did Crypt Maze. Oh wow, this dungeon is like 15. Oh, it's only 15 floors.
Take that!
I thought it was 30 floors.
Hey, that hurts! Take that!
I'm so glad.
Okay, yeah. I have like 3 dungeons left. 2 dungeons left.
I can't believe it hurts!
Oh gosh.
I can't believe it! No!
Let's run away.
Alright, anyways. Now I'm done looking that up. Ah! I need this to be... How's that? Didn't I run right into him? Pretty sure I ran right into these guys.
Let's run away.
Hold on, let's see. Let me check something real quick. Have I been every year? Yes. Oh my god. Oof, that's a lot of enemies. They are 110% not worth fighting.
Whack! Yeah! Ay-ya! I can't believe it!
Hey, that hurts! Hey, that hurts! Hey, that hurts!
Oh, that's really annoying. As I mentioned 2 seconds ago, these are not worth fighting. Alright, so this took me down here, but like, I didn't find any other stairs. Unless they're in like the middle of the room. Heck.
Take that!
Ay-ya! Ay-ya!
What? Where did this go? Because I've been down here before. Huh. Huh. Uh-huh.
Whack! Yeah! Ay-ya! I can't believe it! Ay-ya! Take that!
I didn't see what floor this was. 11?
Take that! Ay-ya!
No. No, not her. Oh, that's not too bad.
I can't believe it! I can't believe it! Ay-ya! I can't believe it! Hurts!
Oh, I did a lot of just base damage on its own.
Take that! Ay-ya!
You can't believe a lot of things.
Take care.
Mag, I can't believe it. Him and Naruto probably wouldn't get along too well. Or 11. These are traps. I can't believe it. There's one guy that was in my party for a while that just yelled out, "What?" every time he got hit. That guy was me.
Take that!
I liked having him in my party, but he's a support character. I can't have two support characters very well.
Ay-ya! Hey, that hurts! Ha!
That's an HPE trap. I think, or poison, one of those two.
Hey, that hurts!
Ah, this thing is huge. Does it take up 2 rows? It takes up its own, like, thing. 2 whole rows. A nice miss. Even though she went flying. That's how I missed. Just jump. Foot pedal. Billowy dress. Mm-hmm. Oh, didn't see you. Can't Stop Pepper reminds me of Bulma from Dragon Ball Z or Lunch from Dragon Ball Z. She looks like a DBZ character, or Dragon Ball character, I should say. Dragon Ball minus Z. Saw on the guide I was searching through that the boss of this area is level 37. Slowly getting there. Ooh, super horn. Oof.
I can't believe it!
Oof. I can't believe that either.
Everyone, good luck.
Take that!
Ooh. Uh-oh. What me next?
Wham! Bam! Ha!
You know what would make that even better? To Joinks.
I'm so glad.
We have the follower Joinks as well. So just the Frank Facey ones. Okay, hold up. Can I make... Oh, what the heck? I don't follow my own streams. I don't have access to them. Wait, I think it just updated. That's what I was gonna try and do, Dougie. Thank you. Now I can see what it looks like. Can you give Asbel stick arm too? Oh my god. Yo, Dusk, how's it going? Winged hairband. About as well as can be expected at 7:08. Is that right? Your time? 8 minutes into work. You're already done with work? Can't decide what to do with your life. Yes, Dougie, yes. Perfect. Ew. Y'all have, spoiled potato. Y'all have, time change sometime soon, don't you? I see. Is that this week?
Take that!
Nosfer's moved backwards. See, I'll have to remember that. I don't know if I'll change my schedule or not. Yeah, I hate time changes just all. Like, just in general. I don't think they're something that needs to still be practiced, but America seems to be pretty bent on tradition. I think, Australia also has a lot of time change problems as well. I forgot where else does time change. I know the Australian one is like the worst, because every time it happens, like 5 billion people I see on Twitter complain about it. Because theirs is like hilariously dumb. Because I think Australia, it's like based on the province and not the... 500 other reasons you would have time changes. I don't understand this map.
Good luck.
We were having a friend that lived in Indiana, I guess it was, wherever. He went to Purdue. And they didn't do the time change there. And when he would come home for the summer, I think it was, maybe it was the winter. He'd always complain about time change. Breakfast ordered. Did you have Doritos? Taco Bell? Did you boil a potato? Meatball protein bowl with peppers. Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Take that!
This was nothing. Well, is it so that you don't build a tolerance to them? Or are they just doing it at random? I'm dying.
Take that!
Pancakes. Rare ears. Somebody should probably heal in here.
This one?
Oh, I see. Wait, does that mean that this change is good? Sounds like a good change. If the last one you were on is giving you trouble. I can't believe it. Oh, right.
Take care.
It'll be fine. I'm doing air quotes as I say that. So, Evolution Worlds is essentially 2 games. Evolution 1 and 2. This is the Evolution 2 part of Evolution Worlds. We beat the Evolution 1 part of Evolution Worlds. So Evolution came out on the Dreamcast. It was called Evolution World of Sacred Device, I think. That might be the second one. And then they had Evolution 2. Forgot the subtitle of that game. So those are 2 separate games on the Dreamcast. And then on the GameCube they made Evolution Worlds, which is a combination. It's a remake of Evolution 1 and 2, but they're combined as well. So it's both a remake as well as a combination game. If that makes sense. This section right here is a retelling of Evolution 2. Carrying too much. Fireball. I keep getting cool stuff. By cool stuff, I mean cool stuff I'm going to sell to a vendor. If I ever get out of this place.
Take that!
We are still on floor 11. This is absurd. There's 15 floors. What in the heck? Well, this is fun. So another thing I've noticed, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm pretty close to sure. So the original Evolution game was a mystery dungeon game where all the dungeons were randomized. This appears to not be randomized, from my observations.
Take that!
No, my FP. Evolution World seems like they took the mystery dungeon part out of the game. And like honestly, the more I play of this, the more I've come to realize that this is really like a dumbed down version of the original two games. Like it's one thing to be like, yeah, this is a dumbed down version, but it's like, it's another to be like, wow, wait, this is really a dumbed down version of the original games.
Take that!
Like it's really hitting me. That. Just trying to find the exit. Could be anywhere.
Take that!
No.
I'm so glad.
Ever play Sheer and the Wanderer? I have not. I have been constantly asked that, though. So, I probably should add it to a list. Some list somewhere. Like, it's almost bizarre to me how often I've been asked that question the last, like, month. Yeah, I don't know. God. me stop that. Planning to work right now. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's on a list. Is it on the list? Let's see if it's on the list. Tabs overload. Sheeran the Wanderer. Oh, it's not on the list. I'm putting it on right now. Sheeran the Wanderer. Alright, now it's on the list. Heck. Just one enemy. I'll fight him. Ow. Yeah, it's what people keep telling me. Supposedly that's Sheeran 5. It sounds like. See, well, it's on the list now. We'll get to it one day, 30 years from now. I finished the rest of the list. Been actually thinking about, oh my god, been actually thinking about what I'm gonna play after I finish this. Because I don't know that I actually want to do another mystery dungeon game because I don't want to get burnt out. But this one hasn't been, unfortunately, this one isn't mystery dungeon like the original versions of Evolution. This is a lot less mystery dungeon than the OGs. I've been thinking about Legend of Dragoon, Legend of Legaia, or Breath of Fire 3. One of those 3 games. Probably the next RPG I'll play. Right after 5 Pixel Remaster. I'll probably play that when it comes out, maybe? I don't know. I plan on picking it up, at the very least. All 3 of those games are pretty long. It's my only draw, I guess. I don't even know if that's the right word. Draw away. And since Endwalker's coming out, I don't know that I want to start something that's super long. But Endwalker's also not coming out for like 3 weeks, so I don't know. It might be fine. I think of any of them Breathfire 3 would be the one I'd most likely finish before Endwalker came out, just because I could literally use the speedrun notes that I have. Plow through that game. I'll have to think about, because it's not just like 2 weeks, because that's only 6 RPG streams for me, I think. Sounds about right. What the heck?
Take that! I can't believe it!
Live letters today? What are they talking about?
Just stick with me.
Have they not talked about everything so far? Like last time was all the crafting and gathering stuff. Upcoming PvP stuff, interesting. I thought they already did the craft and gathering stuff. I am curious what they're doing for PvP. Because right now it's a disaster. And given how many World of Warcraft players have gone over to the game, now's the perfect time to really fix PvP.
Take that!
Oh, I see. Fighting the same guy.
Wham! Bam!
Should probably for the best. Except the EXP is pretty bad. What floor is this? 14? 15. This is it. The final showdown. Whee! How long have I been in here? 2 hours. It's like an hour and a half. This didn't just feel like forever, it actually was forever. Oof. 300. Oh, now she's in the back row. I was not... Do what now? No, the time I spent in this dungeon was 1 hour and 45 minutes or something like that. Oh. Did you finish them? That was like 3 hours. That was before I got into this dungeon, Amy. That was at least like 2 hours. Oof. Oh, they're going ham on Pepper, which is perfectly fine. $72.
Go get him! Jump! Oh, yeah! Smack! All right. Take that! There!
What?
I can't believe it!
Oof. I've been holding on to this ice protection thing for this boss. I haven't had the opportunity to use it.
Good luck.
Where's this? Is 27? It's better FP usage.
Go get him! Jump! Oh, yeah! Smack! All right. Take that!
I have to sneeze. Oh, this is rank. One party rank. That's fine.
How about this?
I can't believe it!
There!
And God. Oh, what the heck? 500?
Go get him! Jump! Oh, yeah! Smack! All right. Take that!
Wonder how much this like stacks. Oh, she is dead. Because this does like 490 or 420 or something. 394. Yeah, she's fine. Ah.
How about this?
here we go. This is it. It's dead.
Get him. Jump. Oh, yeah. Ha. Smack. All right. Take that.
Apparently the strength just keeps stacking. Forever? Maybe? I don't know, those 3 strength ups.
Yeah, I'm powered up.
I'll try my best.
That's all we ask, Linear.
Take care.
Not again.
Not again. That's how they all died back in ancient times.
That scene. What could it be?
And Meg, you did it again.
No way.
Yeah, I found it.
Incredible. Just too incredible.
I had a bit of a hard time, though.
And, well, we must reward you for a successful adventure. Now go down to the receptionist and pick it up. I will call ahead. Thank you so much for your work today. You can relax now.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Meg! Congratulations on completing the assignment.
Thank you.
We had quite a few thrills.
Uh-huh. 4,000.
Meg, I can't believe you keep getting those valuable...
Really?
Yes, I really admire you. Me? I just barely managed to handle my work here as a receptionist. No, it's not that I hate my job. It's just I was wondering what would happen if I were reborn into a new me. But you know what? Even then, I still might be a society receptionist. I guess I sound pretty stupid, huh?
Sure.
Thank you for your hard work. Good luck on your next adventure.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hi there.
Hi.
Occasionally,
Oops.
you will... Appraisal items can be... The society will buy...
Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Selling all of it. Including the frog.
If I can help you...
Oh, I ran past it. Oh, wait. I should probably sell my items now. This place. This is a place. This place.
Hey, brother.
Let's see.
Hey, brother.
Welcome.
I'd like to pause it. These, that, those, this, that, these.
If there is anything else...
I'll
Um.
Welcome. Your room...
I don't think we lose Linear here. Forgot we lose her again, actually, at all.
What's the matter, Linear? I see you here all the time.
These creepy dudes keep showing up.
I might be waiting for him.
Who's him?
Waiting?
Yes,
Waiting for who?
Yurka.
Yurka?
Yurka D's nuts.
I met
Oh,
him the other day.
got him.
Wow! So he's the first friend you've made since you came to Museville.
Friend?
Yeah, a friend, isn't he?
Friend. Yes, a friend.
Watch him kill some
Say,
flowers.
Why don't you introduce me? A friend of Linear is my friend too.
Yes. Thank you, Meg. I'll introduce you.
Linear's friend, huh? I'd like to meet him.
Yes. I'd like to introduce you to Yurka.
Huh? It's late, so maybe I'll turn in. Got another adventure tomorrow, so I don't want to oversleep anymore.
Hold on. It's how you perceive it. It's just her tone of voice, her natural tone.
Oh, Mag, we've got trouble. That awful Carcano has stolen all of the important
What?
treasures that you have found so far.
That Carcano stole those important...
The man is absolutely fearless. He has just sneaked into the society
Sneak?
and pulled off a burglary.
He just snuck into the society.
I don't know where he got in from, but he's a pro. He's a real shrewd customer.
Hello, I'm the grammar police.
But we had planted a bug in the treasure, so we found out the location of the bandits' hideout. It's in a place called Pine Village. So this is what I want you to do, Mag. Go get the treasure back from that terrible Carcano. What do you say? Will you do it?
Sure, I'll give it a try.
Excellent. So you'll do it. I'm glad to hear it. Well then, you should get started on your preparations. If you need any more information, just ask Lisa. Another thing, Mag, have you been saving your adventures? You never know
No.
what will be awaiting you at the bandits' hideout. So I recommend that you save your adventure now, so that you'll be fine no matter what happens.
What does that even mean? Breaking the fourth wall? Hey, we're going to bust up a place.
What do you know? Gosh, can I do... My, oh my. Just leave the adventuring up...
I can never remember this stupid place is. It's on the side. Wait. It's right here.
Welcome!
Maxed out? Oh, man.
Come on back!
Alright then. Downhill? Yeah. Pine Village. Let's go.
Hey, so this is Carcano's hideout. It's really quiet, though.
Is this the Gerudo training grounds?
Somehow, I feel like I'm being watched.
I think we have to look around a little.
With no one around like this, it makes me suspicious. Let's look around carefully.
Time to get captured. Can I bust these up? Huh. Do they have climbing animation for all the characters? Yeah, they do.
Well, well, amazing! You found this place.
Amazing.
Carcano, return what you stole from the society.
I can't do that, boy. But even if I could, I couldn't just meekly agree. Bandits follow their own laws. But I've taken a liking to your gutsy attitude, boy. Yet still, I can't just let you go back to town like this. You guys are a bit of an eyesore. So, I'm afraid you'll just have to get lost for a while. At least until the heat blows over. Well, so long!
Whee!
Should we be doing this?
Call me Chief!
Chief! Chief, should we be doing this?
Sheesh, I'm not going to eat them. Anyway, you keep a watch on them. Give them just enough to stay alive, but don't be seen. Can't have them dying on me.
No matter how tough you sound, Chief, it sounds like you've taken a liking to that punk.
Shut up! Just get going!
Reminds me of somebody from Radiata. I can't remember who.
Ow, ow, ouch. Where are we? I remember Carcano. Oh, yeah, we got tossed down here. Well, there's no time for that. We gotta get out of here and get back the appraisal items.
Meow. Lovely. 32. Hold on. Heck.
Wham! Bam!
All right. How's the music here? Let's listen to it for a second. Or it gets ruined by counter music. Digging it so far. Reminds me of the Sega Genesis. Reminds me of Jurassic Park on the Sega Genesis. Very short though. Alright. Let's go explore. B3F. That's definitely safe. Or to be fair, most Sega Genesis music is also really short. I wonder if there's a healing pad here. Or something else similar. What? Level 26.
Whack! Yeah! Ay-ya! Yow! Ow! Ha! I can't believe it!
Bergezia. Bergezia? How do I get hired on staff to just name things? Just name whatever. Like, yeah, you're in charge of naming all the characters. Alright, well this guy's gonna be named Brian. From Quest 64. That's his full name.
Take that!
149. Why is the eye on the red? He's definitely in the red. Spoiled canned goods. Recovery blast. How are you?
Whack! Yeah!
Oof. Do I go ahead and waste this? What level are you guys? Hold on. Level 30. Paldean Lobster. I just noticed my character's move towards target. Let's see. Get him.
Yeah! I'm powered up!
Special item. Oh. Oh. What is this last skill? Rand Beam. 9,999. Can't wait to never get it. There's technically only like one dungeon after this. But it's like a million floors.
Take that!
So I don't know, maybe we will get to see. Hold on. I can't get back down. Interesting. I really should be fighting these mushroom guys.
Whack! Yeah! Yeah!
Direct. Oh. What is this for? Heck.
Hey, that hurts!
The heck was that animation? Nice. Big damage. From linear. Couldn't even see what she was hitting.
Take that!
Iron frying pan? Oh my god. That's a lot of agility. I like, so she's not really an attacker. That has a lot of attack. I think I'd rather have the agility, to be honest. I just need her to buff Mag and nothing else.
I'll try my best. Ha! Don't move! I'm so glad.
Round blade scissors. Hey, Bansky. I haven't really seen any locked doors though. I swear this plays in the Jurassic Park. This song. The Jurassic Park. Nice.
Yow!
How long has she been in the middle row? What the heck? What's the story about? That's a great question. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not sure if that's wrong.
Retreat!
I don't know why we're doing anything, honestly. We're an adventurer going to ruins to find things. Nothing else has developed. There's been absolutely no other developments this whole game. I don't know that. This is a combination of two games, and neither one of them really has any story to them. We're searching for items in some ruins. Right now, somebody stole the items. So we're going to the bandits' hideout to get the items that were stolen back. I'm guessing a boss is right here. Based on there being a save point here. This sound effect also plays in Lunar, the Silver Star for Sega CD. When I forgot the name of the move is used.
Well, well. So you managed to get up here.
Carcano, return the Society's appraisal items.
I can't do that. I finally got a hold of a clue to an incredible treasure. Give him back to you and let you go back to town, and the Society will know the location of these hideouts.
They already know the
I
location.
gotta avoid that at all costs.
That may be, but the Society already knows the general location.
That's how we got
Those
here.
appraisal items were bugged with a locator beacon.
What?
You've been had.
I know. If you just return the stolen items, Mr. Whitehead would realize you've turned over a new leaf, Carcano.
Boy, so naive. Just too naive. That would be a fatal mistake. Why don't you realize that?
Oh. You know what else is gonna be a fatal mistake? Messing with me.
Out of my face!
Wow. Just went straight for Lanier and was like, out of my face. Uh-oh. Oh. I was gonna put one of my guys to sleep. Drill attack. Is she the Shadow the Hedgehog? That's a good question. Wow, she got knocked back really far. Probably should heal her. I didn't get far enough in D2 to find out what the Shadow was, but they kept saying the Shadow and Chaos was coming. That game, and I kept trying not to make Shadow the Hedgehog jokes.
Go get him! Jump! Oh yeah! Smack! All right. Take that!
Ow!
Here it goes.
Ow! I only have one.
How about this?
Here it goes.
I can't believe it! Yow! I can't believe it!
How about this?
Really wish Pepper had just enough FP to have already killed those other two guys. She just got knocked back. That's annoying.
Go get him! Jump! Oh yeah! Smack! All right. Take that!
How could I get?
Oh, she's. Oh, I was gonna say she's dead. She's not dead. No.
How about this? Hey, that hurts!
I need to leave her alone.
Better, okay?
You need to leave her alone too. Game just crashed. Well, well, well. It isn't the consequences of my actions. Hold on. What is this? Hold on. Ignore for this session. Alright, it's back. It's back.
Yeah, I'm powered up.
I'm so glad.
Just stick with me.
I saved before this and have a better strategy for it. I didn't realize there were 2
I
ads.
must have underestimated you. All right, I will give you the stolen items. Boss? Shut up! I made my decision. Got a problem with that? Then speak up.
I just dominated you guys.
Remember, I
I hit I hit Carcano like
just giving them to you.
3 times, and he was like, "Oh God, I'm dead."
Carcano.
Carcano.
Well, take them before I change my mind.
Right. Thank you.
Like I said, you're so naive. We stole these things, remember?
That's right.
I just can't believe you. So, what are you doing tonight? It's getting pretty late. So, why don't you spend the night here?
I
It ain't safe to go out at night around here with all the bandits.
Gotta watch out. But then it might be more dangerous to stay here.
I'm glad Mag's not an idiot.
Ain't that the truth? You got me. Anyway, I don't mind at all if you spend the night. Not me. I'm sure we can scare up something good to eat quickly, right?
Yes. We'll make something quickly, boss.
Chief!
Maybe I'll pass tonight.
I see. Well, why don't you wander around here as long as you like until you go home? In the shops, you'll find some pretty nice things you can't find anywhere. Just don't ask where they came from. Hey, you little rats! I want you to go around the hideout and tell everyone I have some new important guests.
Understood.
Meg. Huh?
Eureka.
What's wrong, Meg?
Eh? Oh, nothing, Linear.
Meg.
That's strange. I thought someone was calling me. Linear, you wait here. I'll go look around outside.
Hey, it's Eureka. I'm surprised.
Meg, I was waiting for you.
Who are you? How do you know my name?
I know everything.
Huh?
Let me get to the point. Stay away from Linear.
Away from Linear?
Yes.
You can't tell me what to do. Who the hell are you, anyway?
There is no need to answer.
What?
I said that there is no need to answer. Did you not hear me?
They're writing in this.
Indeed, I find it difficult to understand what Linear sees in these humans. Oh well, let this be a warning. If you stay with Linear any longer...
Yurka, stop it.
Yurka? This guy?
Eureka, why are you so jealous of Mag?
Linear, think it over well.
Oh, Linear, who does he think he is? Coming here and going ape like that?
Please stop, Meg. Don't say anything bad of Yurka.
You guys have met like twice, Linear. Are you blinded by love?
My side. The guy just attacked me when I answered him about you. Why don't you say something? Oh, forget it.
Thought I froze again for a second.
What's wrong? Ever since you came back, something's been strange between you two. Whatever. I don't know what happened, but stay the night tonight.
Okay. I'll tell you what happened. Her new boyfriend beat me up.
You be sure to come back. You are welcome anytime. I don't know what happened, but you ought to make up quick.
No, no, no. It's not like that at all. Not at all.
That reminds me. I got these for you.
Awfully clunky? Not really.
The first is a symbol showing you're one of the gang. As long as you got it, you will always be welcomed as one of us. The other is a bandit's backpack. Lets you carry a lot more items. Use it well.
Carcano.
Carcano.
I must be going gaga. Well, so long.
Right. So I basically have like one dungeon left, essentially, more or less. So this is my review at the end of the game. It's not clunky or anything at all. It's very standard? I don't know. It's not anything special, I guess, but it's not anything bad.
Hey there! Sure, we got your items and equipment. How about it?
Let's see. Better. It's definitely better than everything is better than Ghost Trick.
If you need any...
Yeah, it's been pretty alright. Very straightforward. No funky gimmicks or anything.
Professor Whitehead, I brought back all of the appraisal items stolen by Carcano.
You did? So you got the appraisal items back from those red wolves? Oh, that's wonderful.
Not exactly, Professor Whitehead. Carcano gave them back himself.
What?
What?
Carcano promised that he'd mend his ways in the future, so that's why he gave back the appraisal items.
He didn't say any of that.
Believe that Carcano would do that.
So I want you to wait before going to the bandits' hideout to arrest the bandits. Please give them a chance, too. A chance to prove that they've changed.
I see. Mag, if you say so, then. But they have stolen many things from the society up until now.
I'm sure they won't do it again. And they said they'll return the stolen items, but it will take time.
That is a lie, Mag.
I understand. I shall wait and see.
Thank you, Professor Whitehead.
Well, we must reward you for a successful assignment. Now go down to the receptionist and pick it up. I will call ahead. Thank you so much for your work today. You can relax now.
Oh, thanks. I mean, it's a very simple game. Like I said, honestly, I only have like one big dungeon left. And this is like 8 hours in.
Congratulations on completing the assignment.
8 or 9 hours.
When Carcano dropped us into that hole, I thought we were done for. But we did manage to escape.
It's definitely not as good as the originals.
I might just get serious about you.
The Dreamcast versions have a lot more to them. This is a very condensed version of those games.
You're incredible. I can't believe you managed to defeat that red wolf, too. Thank you for your hard work. You've earned a good night's rest.
Nice. I got a
Hi
bunch
there.
of Oh, time to sell all the stuff.
If I can help you.
Probably should have held on to some of that from the very beginning. If I hadn't sold everything in the initial thing, maybe I'd
4 keys together.
something.
So what do I do next? I shall soon know the secrets of the prehistoric civilization.
Yes, this is all about wishes of humans, hopes of humans, and the meaning of our birth. Very soon, Linear.
Very soon. Alright. I'm gonna go clean up my inventory and cut the stream. Probably should save the game. It's been a while. Time to shave my eyebrows. Wait a minute.
Hey, brother.
Let's see. I have like 100 of these.
Hey, brother.
Hey, brother. If you talk to him with Linear, he'll say, "Hey, sister." I'm gonna do that after deposit stuff.
If there is anything else...
Alright, well, this is the end of my stream. Thank you all for watching Evolution Worlds. It's been good.